Hi, I'm Vicki Genfan, and I want to welcome you to the Acoustic Rhythm Guitar Survival Guide. Playing great rhythm guitar, whether you're a songwriter playing for yourself or whether you're playing cover tunes or whether you're arranging tunes, is one of the really foundation pieces of your musicianship. It's so vitally important. One chord. Five chords. Most players think, especially when they're starting out, that you need to know thousands of chords in order to play thousands of songs. But the reality is, you really only need to know a handful of chords and a handful of progressions in order to play thousands of songs. So if everyone's playing the same chords and the same chord progressions, what makes a player stand out? That's what the Acoustic Rhythm Guitar Survival Guide is all about. We're going to show you 19 different techniques that'll make your rhythm guitar playing more distinctive, interesting, and unique. The vehicle we're going to use to show you those techniques are chord progressions that are taken from some of history's most popular and successful songs. Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me. I can live with or without you. She will be loved. Oh, she will be loved. The techniques we'll be working with are changing the tempo, changing the time signature, changing duration of chords, finger-picking patterns, strumming patterns, substituting relative minors, plucking with your fingers, using harmonics, using open tunings, using a harmonic capo, using partial capos, using color tones, changing the harmonic quality from major to minor to dominant seventh, changing voicings, using power chords, using hammer-ons and pull-offs, using part of a chord progression to make a new progression, slap-tap techniques, and even using different instruments. The techniques in this course can be applied to any style of music. A lot of the techniques are going to be real easy for you to implement right away. You're going to notice that overnight, almost, you'll be able to start changing up and doing different things, getting out of some of your ruts. Some of the techniques are going to be a little more challenging. They're going to take a little time, a little bit of work, but I promise you, it'll be worth the effort. Okay, enough talking. Grab your guitar and let's get busy. I'm going to introduce you to the 1, 5, 6 minor, 4 chord progression, one of the most popular chord progressions in music. You may have seen the video by Axis of Awesome where they play, I think it's 52 songs over this one chord progression. So I'm going to show it to you right now in the key of G. Let's look at the chords. We've got our 1 chord, which is G, 5 chord, which is D, 6 minor chord, E minor, and our 4 chord, which is C. You might recognize this. Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. She took a midnight train going anywhere. Or when I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me. I can live with or without you. All the same chords, 1, 5, minor, 6, 4. Or she will be loved. Oh, she will got You're Beautiful by James Blunt, No One by Alicia Keys. You got No Apologize by One Republic. The list goes on and on and on and on. So what is it that makes each one of these songs distinctive besides the melody and the lyrics? I told you I was going to show you 19 techniques to spice up your progressions, and we're just going to jump right in and do that. The very first one is time signature. The most common time signature that we're going to find in most of our music is 4/4, 4 beats in a measure. Let's look at 3/4 and just see and feel how that is with this same progression. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And already that brings different musical ideas to my mind. And let's see what it's like if we take that into more of a 6/8 feel. 6 beats in a measure. It's similar to 3/4, but a little bit different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sounds a little ballady. I can hear a nice ballad over that. Now, if you're like me and you really enjoy the odd tempo and odd meters, we could look at a 5/4 and a 7/4, or 5 and 7 feel. One of the easiest ways that I've ever found to work with odd meters is to use a little system where I'm using words instead of numbers. If we were to do a 5 feel, instead of going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's do ga ma la, which is a 3-note pattern, ga ma la, and then taki is a 2-note pattern. So we've got ga ma la taki, 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 ga ma la taki. Now, it feels kind of natural as I'm playing it, but to tell you the truth, so many songs are in 4/4 time that if you throw in even just a section of 5, you could be playing a song all the way along in 4. You throw in a couple of measures or a verse or a chorus or a solo section in 5, it really does startle, awaken. It shakes it up. So that's just one thought. If we took that same syllable talking system with a 7 rhythm or 7 time signature, we could break it up a few ways. We've got 7 beats that we're looking at. We could do a 3 and a 4, so we could do ga ma la taki taki, right? Ga ma la taki taki, ga ma la taki taki, ga ma la taki taki, ga ma taki taki, gamma taki taki, gamma taki. Now you're wondering, how in the world would I sing over that, right? It becomes natural if you do it for a while. But it's hard to talk over that. So there's some ideas for time signature. Let's look at tempo. Tempo is speed, or how fast or slow you play. If you play something super slow, it's going to have a much different feeling or tonality or emotional feel than if you play the same exact thing, the same exact progression, in this instance, fast. Here's an example of pretty slow, and see how it makes you feel. So that's got a pretty strong mood to it, doesn't it? Here's a super fast example of the same exact progression. Notice how this makes you feel. Now, if you were writing lyrics, let's say, or melody and lyrics to those two different examples, you'd probably come up with really different things based on nothing changing other than the tempo. Another way you can think about tempo, and you can work with changing tempo, is actually within the meat or the body of one song. You can start out a song slowly. You can have a verse be a slower tempo, and maybe your chorus section gets sped up. Okay, so you could hear that happening. The only thing I would caution about is if you make too many tempo changes within one song, it could make the listener a little bit uncomfortable or scattered feeling or just a little confused. So play around with tempo and see how it inspires you differently. Now we're going to look at duration of chords, and that means how long do you play each chord. Changing that up is going to really make your progression sound different. And this is a really great technique for making a verse or a chorus sound different than another section, while you may end up keeping the same exact progression. So listen while I play two chords, 2 beats for each chord. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I'm going to do that same progression, and I'm going to play 1 chord for 1 beat. So it's going to sound like this: 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And listen to how it sounds if I actually play those two together as 2 separate sections. I want you to hear how that could really work for a verse and a chorus, let's say, or chorus and a verse. So I'll start out with playing each chord for 2 beats, then I'll go into the 1 chord on 1 beat section. Here we go. 3, 4. Okay, so all I changed was the duration of the chords. You could also take it the other direction, and we could play 1 chord for 4 beats. Now we're going to bring different feeling altogether to this progression. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now if I change it up, listen. So that's just a couple of ideas for changing the duration of the chords. See how that works for you. So here's yet another way that we can make a different sounding progression using these same chords. Little bit of a disclaimer. This is going to change your chord progression a little bit, actually going to change the progression. So this technique is not to be used when you're doing cover songs, but it's a wonderful way to get a new section going on or change it up if you're writing your own songs. So instead of our 1, 5, 6 minor, 4, I'm going to play you now that same progression, but we're starting with the second chord in the progression. So we're going to do 5, which is D, 6 minor, E minor, 4, which is C, and end the progression with the G. Just listen and see how it sounds to you. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that could stand on its own as a section very easily, and you wouldn't have even had to add any new chords to your song. Now we're going to start with the third chord in the progression, which is the E minor. So listen to this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. And finally, we're going to start with the very last chord in the progression, or our 4 chord, in this case, our C chord. Listen to this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. So try that. Take a progression and just try it in a different order. See what sounds good to you. So throughout the course, I'm going to show you a number of different finger picking patterns. But right now, I'm going to start with having you hear the difference between a basic strumming pattern and a basic finger picking pattern. And I'll show you that one basic finger picking pattern for now. So here's our same progression with a basic strumming pattern. 2, 3, 4. Finger picking, the same progression. Completely different vibes. So let me show you that pattern. Starting with the G chord. Just going to pluck a single bass note with our thumb. And then follow it with 1, 2, 3. Index, middle, and ring finger on the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st strings. D chord, we have our bass string is the 4th string. E minor chord, back to the bass on the 6th string. Our C chord, the bass note is in the 5th string. So I just want you to take note of the difference that even a very simple, basic finger-picking pattern can have and the kind of musical statement that it can make. It's a really different feeling than when we strum. And throughout the course, I'm going to show you a bunch of other finger-picking patterns, but that's one just to get you going and get you playing around with it. Strumming patterns. I'm going to show you 3 basic patterns right now Those of you who are more advanced than that, don't worry, you're going to get some really cool stuff later on in the course. But for now, we're going to start with 3 patterns. Remember, we're still on our same chord progression, okay? First pattern is a pretty open, ringing kind of down, up, down pattern. It goes like this. 2, 3, 4. So let's look at that, take it apart a little bit. For those who aren't used to this kind of strum, what we're really working with is a very basic down, up, down, up, down, up motion. Make sure you've got a good grip on your pick. I hold mine between thumb and first finger. And you really just want to make sure that you can do this with a lot of fluidity. So you might just want to start by down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. And accent the first beat. So down, up, down, up, down, up. Accent, accent. And what we're doing is we're leaving out some of those beats. So we're doing down, see I left that up out, down, down, up, down, 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 up, down, 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 up, down, down, up, down. And notice how my hand keeps the movement going. I want to say a couple things about that. First of all, you're going to have this written out so you can always refer back to it in writing. When I'm playing the different chords in this progression, we've got different bass notes. And the better you get at these strums, the easier it's going to be to control things. But just to keep in your mind, for that G chord, our root and our bass note is the 6th string. So when you're strumming, it's really nice to make sure you hit that low string and you hear it. When we go up to our D chord, the root of that chord is on the 4th string. And so if you can control it, it's nice to not be picking the 6th and 5th strings at that point, as opposed to... So you can hear the difference there. Okay? For some of you that might be easy. For some of you it may take a little time just to begin to hear that difference so you can work towards it. The E minor chord has a root in the 6th, on the 6th string, so we're cool with just letting that bass note ring out. When we get to the C chord, the root is on the 5th string. So again, if you don't have to hit that 6th string, and one of my tricks for not hitting the 6th string on a C chord is that I actually take my thumb and mute the string a little bit. Not total mute, but just enough so that it doesn't seem to ring out as it would. So you might play around with that as well. Okay, so that's our first strumming pattern. Second pattern I'm going to show you is this one might be a little more, you might hear it as a little more of a country kind of feel to it. Anyway, I'm going to show it to you in pieces here. It's more particular about what we hit. We're not just strumming all the strings at once. We're actually hitting a bass note, and then we're strumming mostly the top 4 strings. So it's a down-up strum. It's down on that bass note, down-up on the top strings. And it's an alternating bass note. So 6th string for my G chord is my first note. And I can alternate. I can do to the 5th string, or I can actually play the 4th string. Either one of those are going to work as an alternating bass note. So I've got my bass note, down, up, my 2nd bass note, again, for those of you just starting with this kind of strumming, you don't have to be perfect in order to get the feel of it. So just see if you can get that feel. Changing to the D chord, let's look at our alternating bass notes. Our D string, which is the 4th string. And we can go up to that 5th string and have that be our 2nd bass note. Even I'm a little messy on it. The E minor chord. Our E, 6th string, is our bass note. That's our first bass note. We can hit the 5th string or the 4th string for our alternating bass note. And then our C chord, again, we've got a root on the 5th string, so that can be our first bass note, and then we can go to the 4th string. So let's try it together. I'm going to put that whole progression together and play each chord 4 times. Let's try it. 2, 3, 4. So play around with that one. The last one I'm going to show you right now, it's a little bit of a variation on this. Similar technique, but it has a different feel, so it's a little more on what we might say on the reggae side, a little bit of a reggae feel. So let's look at how to do that. We're going to do a very similar technique to what we just did on that last strum, where we're going to start by plucking a single bass note. Okay, 6th string on the G chord. And then we're going to do down up on the higher strings, the top 4. But But we're going to add a really cool thing here, which you'll use in many places as you move forward, which is just some people call it a palm mute. It's a rhythmic kind of sound on the guitar. And it's this part of my hand, the outer edge here. And I'm hitting those strings fairly hard, so you really hear it. And then I do one more strum. One more down strum. Down, down, up, down, down, up, down. So let's try the D chord now. Our fourth string is our root. And let's try our E minor. Sixth string is our root. Good. And lastly, we got our C chord. The root is on the fifth string. And I just want to make note that when we're doing the actual strumming, that we're not worrying about our lower strings at all, that we're really just focusing on those top three strings. We don't need to get any low strings in there. Okay, so let's try the progression all the way through. We'll do each chord twice for this one. So 2, 3, 4... Awesome. So those are three. We're going to get to a bunch more as we move on into our various chord progressions. Have fun with those. Next, we're going to look at plucking with fingers. This is a technique that I'm going to show you again in a simple way now. And we're going to get some really, actually, quite complex patterns with plucking later on in the course. So let's look at this. Plucking is using the right hand where we're pulling out a bit on the strings. No pick involved, just fingers. And we're finding a bass note that we're going to pluck with our thumb. And then we're using our index, middle, and ring finger to pluck the top three strings usually, unless there's a note on one of those strings that we don't want to hear, and then we won't pluck that string. For our G chord, we're good to go with those top three strings. And if I were to look down, this is a way for you to get your hand position going on. If I were to look down from where I am at my hand, my thumb is pointing diagonally to this direction. Can you see that? It's going on a line like this. And my fingers are actually pointing the other way.
they make a kind of an X. And it's just nice to think about getting your hand in this position for the plucking technique. What you're going to do is not so much pull out, but your thumb is going to go down, and your index, middle, and ring finger are going to move up. So they're like it's like your hand is waving. Your thumb is coming down, and your other fingers are going up. Doesn't matter if you have nails or not, you can still get a really nice sound with this. Let's move it to the D chord. So my bass string is now the 4th string. Same idea, E minor chord. Back to the 6th string for my bass note. And the C string, the C chord, bass note on the 5th string. Again, back to the beginning, G. D chord. E minor. And we'll do that progression one more time. G. Now let's pick up the tempo a little bit on that and give it a little more rhythm. And you might have a phrase like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. Another way to spice up your chord progressions is to use something we call a relative minor as a substitution for major chords. Bottom line is you have to use your ear. This may work great for certain chords in a progression, may not sound good to you in other places or other progressions. So use your ear. But I'll show you a couple of examples with the progression we're working with. So we've got our 1 chord, our 5 chord, our 6 minor, and our 4 chord. Now let's use a relative minor substitution for the 4 chord. The way we get our relative minor is that we count up 6 notes from the name of the chord. So here's C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's A. I'm going to use an A minor. So let's listen. Let's listen to the chord progression as we know it, and then with the A minor in as the substitution for the C. Here we go. Now I'm going to substitute this time. Here we go. One more time with the substitution. It's subtle, but it's a different sound and a different feeling. So now let's think about substituting something for our 5 chord. Okay, here's our G. Our 5 chord is a D. So if we go up 6 notes from D, D, 3, 4, 5, that's actually a B. We can use a B minor. So here's our progression without the change. 1, 5, 6, 4. With the change. 1, substitute. Again with the substitution. Now I'm going to play it for you with both substitutions, with a substitution for the 4 chord, which is that A minor, and the substitution for the 5 chord, or the D, which was our B minor. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again. And the original. So use your ear to really decide if you want to make that kind of a substitution. It's subtle, but it does give a little bit of a different feel. So check it out. A beautiful way that you can change your chord progression and change the feel of what you're doing is by adding color tones. Typically, a chord is made up of 3 notes, a root, a third, and a fifth. The color tones are the tones that we add on top of those 3 notes, like sevenths, ninths, suspended fourths. Those are some of the main ones. And adding those really bring just a new depth into the sound of your chords. So this is really, really for your ears. Listen to this, and I'll show you what we're doing. We'll take our G chord. And I'm going to add a ninth to it, a 9, and that happens to be in the key of G, A. A 9 is the same as a 2 or a second. So G, A, and I'm adding the A here, 2nd fret on the G string. Here's our regular G chord, and here's with the added 9 or 2. Now let's go to our D chord, and I'm going to also add a 2 or a 9, which for D is E. Really easy to just open up that first string. So here's regular D. There's add 9 or add 2. Now we'll move to our minor 7, our E minor, and I'm going to add the 7, making it a minor 7. And that's going to be the D, which is in the 3rd fret on the 2nd string. And for the C chord, let's add a 9 to that. The C to a D, that's going to give us our 9. I'm playing the D here on the 2nd string, 3rd fret. So slowly again, we've got our G, add 2, D chord, add 2, adding 2. That means adding the 2nd note. E minor 7, there's my 7, that D, and the C, we've added the 2 there as well, a D. So let's see if we can play that in a progression, make it a little more musical. Here's another example. G, we're going to make that a G7, G major 7. I'm adding the 7th tone, which is an F sharp, here on the 1st string in the 2nd fret. And for the D, let's make it a suspended 4. I'm adding my pinky to the G. E, F, D, E, F, G. 4 is my G. And then for the E minor, I'm going to add an F sharp here, which makes it a minor 9. And for the C, I'm going to make that a C major 7. And I'm just taking my first finger off of the 2nd string 1st fret and opening up that B, which is the 7th tone in the C chord. So G, major 7, D, suspended 4, E minor 9, and C major 7. So I'm going to do a very slow plucking pattern for this. 2, 3, 4. So that's just 2 examples of bringing color tones into your progression, and we're going to do many more of those as we move forward in the course. Have fun. Another really fun thing that you can do is to change the chord quality in your progression. Now, again, this isn't going to work so well for cover tunes, but it's a wonderful, wonderful tool for opening up new ideas and new sections of songs when you're writing your own music. So let's listen first, and then you can try it. What I mean by changing chord quality is simply going from a major chord to a minor chord or a dominant 7th chord or maybe even a diminished chord. The example I'm going to show you now is going to be taking our good old progression here. We've got our G chord as a 1, our 5 chord. We're going to take that from a major and we're going to make that a dominant 7 chord. So we're going to play D7, keep our E minor, and take our C chord. Instead of making it major, we're going to make it minor. So listen to first our regular progression. Now we're going to change it up. Dominant. C minor. Okay? So, I'll play it a few times that way for you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now that could be something that you use just maybe one time, just to bring something different or move into a new section. For instance, I might just be doing my 1, 5, 6 minor, 4. And this time I might be getting ready to move to a different section. There I am, and now I go. And that kind of becomes a lead-in to a new section. So you might just think about changing chord quality as a in a way as a pathway into a new section. It's one of the more exciting ways to use that technique. Another fun technique that we can use is working with different voicings. When we change the voicing of a chord, we literally change the arrangement of the notes. We change the order of the notes in the chord. So they show up on different strings. For instance, here's our G chord that we've been playing. Here's a couple of different voicings. So you can hear they sound really different. Now, why you might choose, one reason you might choose a particular voicing over another might be that you want to either match or be a different note to a melody line that's going on. Sometimes you want to actually feature the melody line, and you'll pick a voicing so that your top string or a string that you've decided to feature really follows that melody. Other times you just like the voicing because it has a unique sound. So I'm going to play our progression 1, 5, 6 minor 4 with our open chords as we've been doing, and then I'm going to play that same progression with some different voicings, and you'll be able to hear the difference. Just the regular chords. Okay, some different voicings now. So there are a lot of different voicings that you could play around with, and later on in the course we'll show you some more of those as well. Here's another fun way we can spice up our chord progression. We're going to use power chords, and I want to show you the origin of the power chord first. Let's just play a bar chord, a G, as our first chord. And in a power chord, what we're going to do is just play either the root and fifth, which is on our 6th and 5th string in this power chord, or our root, 5th, and octave, which happens to be our 6th, 5th, and 4th string in this chord. So you might notice this is a real familiar sound. I'm just going to play my root and 5th right now. So listen. 2, 3, 4. Now I'm going to add the 5th. And I am muting a little bit with my palm here. And partially I'm doing that so that I don't hear these other strings. It takes a little more control. I also think it's a great sound, and it's a sound that you'll hear a lot used with power chords. So I'm going to do the progression this way, using these bar chords, and we have then we go to D, E minor, C. And I was doing a little bit of an accent there on this particular example. 1 and 2 N, 1 and 2 N, 1 and 2 N, 1 and 2 N. Now I'm going to play it for you with straight eighth notes, not accenting anything. Listen to that. It sounds a little bit different. 2, 3, 4. So you might want to play around with accenting different parts of that eighth note pattern there. You're going to get some different sounds and different feels as you switch up the accents. And it's a fun thing to do with power chords. Another really, really neat thing we can play with is something called a partial capo. Now, it's different than a normal capo in that partial capos only cover certain strings, not all 6 strings. There are many different types and brands and versions. So I invite you, if you like what you hear in this example, to go out and explore. There's lots more material about this. But this particular capo is a Kaiser capo, and it's called Kaiser Shortcut with a K lever, which is a very cool feature. And this is the package that comes in. And I'm going to show you how I'm putting it on for this example. Okay, there are multiple ways you could put it on. I'm going to put it on in the 2nd fret, and I can cover 3 strings with this. I'm going to cover my 5th, 4th, and 3rd strings. So I've got my 6th string open. It's an E. So I'm covering the 5th, 4th, and 3rd string. Now, I'm going to show you the example of the same exact chord progression we've been working with. 1, 5, 6 minor, 4, but we've switched keys. I'm going to switch keys for this. We're going to be in the key of E. And just so you know, all of the progressions that we're working with in the course will work in every single key. A lot of things go into deciding what key you want to play in, some of which have to do with your vocal range if you're a singer or if you're accompanying a vocalist. A lot of times you'll just find that a different key sounds better or worse to you for a different song. So here we go, same progression, different key. What happens with the capo, the partial capo, is you're going to find very simple color tones are added like this. There's our 1 chord. And I'm using all of 1 finger in the 6th fret on the fretboard, but actually from the capo, it's the 4th fret. And I have a kind of it's actually a suspended 4th in here. So I've got an E chord with an added 4th. My 5 chord, another 1 finger chord. I've got the 4th string in the 2nd fret. That's a B7 with a suspended 4. My 6 minor chord is a C sharp minor 9, which is really beautiful. 2 fingers, 2nd fret 5th string, 4th fret 4th string, and I've got this lovely, lovely haunting minor 6th. And my last chord, 4 chord, is going to be an A major 9. If I leave my fingers where they are and just add that A, now I've got a beautiful, beautiful major 9 chord, A major 9. So, 1 chord, E, add 4, B7 sus 4, C sharp minor 9, A major 9. And that kind of a sound, those chords, those color tones, really inspire me to approach something like that song I kind of demoed for you at the beginning in a completely different way. Here's that Journey song. Just a small town girl living in a lonely world. Took the midnight train going anywhere. partial capos. Check them out. There's lots of different ones, and they're very, very inspiring in terms of new territory and filling out your color tones and just bringing a whole different feel to the same progression. Here's another fun technique you can play around with. I call it using hammer-ons and pull-offs to embellish your progression. Now, you got to remember to use your ear all the time, and I may show you some examples that don't quite sound good to you, or you might find some that don't quite sound good to you, but go a little further in your exploration, and I think you'll be amazed at what you can come up with. Hammer-ons and pull-offs, making sure you all know what those are. Hammer-ons are simply when you pluck an open string and you finger a note on the fingerboard without an additional striking of the string. Okay, that's a hammer-on. A pull-off is the opposite, where you're on a note, a fingered note, and you pull off. So you're applying a little bit of downward motion as you come off the string. If you just release like that, you're not going to get much of a sound. So I pull off, I'm actually pulling a little bit down. So if pull-offs are new for you, just practice those a little bit with different fingers and different frets. It's good practice. Sounds weird, but harder for the pinky on my hand. So pull-offs and hammer-ons. Back to our good old trusty progression, our 1 chord G. What I want you to do is play around with finding the notes that you might be able to hammer on while you're, well, it sounds weird, so it sounds better. So I'm finding what's around, what's within reach. It's basically what's within reach. So you're going to do a little bit of that exploring on your own. In fact, you may just want to pause the video and take a moment and do that for each of the chords in this progression. Here's a D chord. What can I pull off that sounds delicious? What could I hammer on? So I'm just finding stuff that sounds good to my ear. E minor chord, what do we have there? Hammer on. That's kind of cool. So I'm just exploring each string, see what I can reach and what I like. And then lastly, our C chord. I guess a nice way to start is just by pulling off the notes you're already fingering. There's an open string, hammer onto it. I may be missing some, so just let yourself explore. Now I'm going to just play you a little example of me pretty much noodling around with this hammering on, pulling off technique. So watch, listen, and then go find your own little noodle things, because it really does fill out some of your chords. For certain songs and certain instances, it's going to be a really nice way to fill in the space with some different sounds. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Now that was an example of kind of extreme hammering on and pulling off. I'm going to show you another example where I'm doing it a little more tastefully, a little less movement in there. So let's listen to this one. So see what you can find in the hammer off and hammer on and pull off world. I want to show you this very unusual kind of capo that's called a harmonic capo. It was invented by a man named Bob Kilgore, who's an incredible guitarist, and its goal is to make it sound like your guitar, when it's open, when you just strum it, is actually playing the harmonics that you get here in the 12th fret. So what he's done is created this little thing, and it gets put right on that 12th fret. And once it's on, you have to adjust these. Each little rubber piece moves so that you can move it to go right over your string. And I'm going to leave the low E string open. And after that, the only other adjustment you need to make is you want to make sure that you can play your notes. So I'm going back to a G chord, our 1 chord, and making sure I get that note. Check each string that way. Make sure that you can. If you can't get the sound of the note down here on the fretboard, you want to slightly pull up the little rubber piece over that string. So I promise you it's worth all this. So, I've got it fairly well adjusted, and let's just listen to what happens. I'm going to play my G chord. That's a little rough. I'll adjust that just a little bit. And I've got all my open strings are harmonics. But one of the coolest things about this capo is that when you do a pull-off, for instance, pull off, simply pulling off a string that you fingered, you're pulling off onto the sound of a harmonic, which you really can't ever make that sound any other way. So it's truly strange. I could pull off my high string, and I get really, really strange harpy kind of sounds. So here's some ways I can, whoops, that one's not. Some things I can pull off from a G chord, and let's look at the D chord. If I pull off the third string of her, remember you have to sometimes go back and adjust. So I just like experimenting with pulling off different things. E minor. That's really neat. And then my C chord. So I'm going to just do some of that noodling with the progression a little more fluidly so you can just hear. Subtle as this is, I think it's really, really cool to hear the differences that happen with this capo. So there's some strange, interesting sounds you can get from that capo. I invite you to check it out. It's totally bizarre. It's just a different, it even feels different when you play with it on. It's pretty cool. Here's another fun idea that you can use, especially if you're a songwriter. This doesn't really apply to those doing cover material because we're changing up the progression again. So we call this using part of a progression to create a new section. So I'm going to play you R1, 5, 6 minor, 4 progression. And then I'm going to take just the first two chords from that, the 1 chord and the 5 chord, and I'm going to play them as their own little section. And then I'm going to come back to the whole progression. So listen up, see how this sounds to you. And remember, you can do this in any key at all. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Just the first two chords. Back to the whole thing. Now I'm going to do that same concept, but I'm going to take the second two chords and make them a section. So I'm going to take my 5 chord and my 6 minor, and I'll start this one with that, with the 5 and the 6 minor, and then I'll go back to the whole chord progression. You may notice that I'm going to use a C chord, which is our 4 chord, as a transition between the two sections. So here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. can do it with the last 2 chords as well. Let's see how that sounds. So I've got my 6 minor going to my 4 chord as its own section. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So try that. Again, as a songwriter, it's really cool to just kind of pick apart progression you're already working with, take a little piece of it, and see if it works as its own section. That section could be an intro, could be a verse, could be a little solo break, it could be an outro, or a bridge. Many options. Have fun with that. Well, one of my very favorite ways to make a chord progression that's familiar and common sound unusual and uncommon has been to create open tunings. I'm not suggesting that you follow in my footsteps. I have 32 and counting, and it's a little bit hard to keep track of them. But I want you to begin to at least open up to the possibility that you might enjoy, and you might get some very different sounds from an open tuning. I'm going to show you a real simple one right now and get your ear used to it if you're new to it. Some of you may already be playing in open tunings, but this is a G tuning. And what I've done is I've tuned my 6th string down from an E to a D. I've got my 5th string from an A down to a G. 4th string D is the same. 3rd string G is the same. 2nd string B is the same, and we bring that high E down a whole step to D. So what we've got is, starting with that 5th string, we've got our root G. We've got a 5th D, another G, a 3rd B, another 5th D. So let's hear. I'm going to show you some real simple chords to play in this tuning for our 1, 5, 6 minor 4 progression. 1 is open. Doesn't get much easier. For our 5 chord, we're going to do 7th fret. I've got 5th string, 4th string, 3rd string is open, and I'm fingering down the 2nd string, all in the 7th fret. This is our D chord, it's our 5 chord. I've got a low D, so I can play that 6th string if I want to. That's a D. Our 6th chord is going to move up just a little bit so that we're in the 8th and 9th frets. I've got my first finger on the 2nd string in the 8th fret. Then I've got the 5th string, the 4th string in the 9th fret. Okay, that's my E minor chord. And my 4 chord is going to be down in the 5th fret, the exact same chord form as our 5 chord was. Here's our 5 chord in the 7th fret. Here's our 4 chord in the 5th fret. So try playing that a little bit, going back and forth. Notice my fingerings, making it as simple as I can. These 2 fingers, here's my 5 chord, they just slide right up to that 9th fret. And I've just got to add my first finger here on the 2nd string. There's my E minor chord. So from the 5 chord to the 6 minor, 5, 6. Just do that a few times, you get comfortable with it. Back to the 4 chord, and then my open chord. So I've got a 1 chord, 5 chord, the 7th fret, 6 minor, 4. So you might notice that in all of these chords, we have certain strings that are open and ringing. We've got the third string and the first string. We've got our G and our D. And one of the characteristics you'll find in open tunings in general is that they give you a sense of droniness, or a lot of times you're going to be hearing one or two or three or four strings just hanging open, giving a real open sound. I think that's part of the name open tunings. So when I first started playing in open tunings, I was really taken by that drony sound, and I would do a lot of strummy things like so I could really hear the drones. So that's just one example of many different open tunings. I've given you some of my secrets. Actually, I've given you a list of all the tunings I currently can remember. So you've got those, and I've got a chart. It's also called an open tuning chart that helps you figure out what your 1, 4, 5 chords are, etc. in different tunings. So I've given you some stuff to get you going on open tunings. And your ear is probably the best thing you can use to get you going on open tunings. That's just a little teaser as to what you can find in those tunings. We will be covering a few other open tunings over the entire course, so listen for those. Those are really fun. Here's a really cool way to add some very special kind of sounds into what might be a common chord progression. I'm going to show you this example in an open tuning because it's really, really fun and easy to do harmonics, which is what we're going to look at, in open tunings. You can certainly play around with them in standard tuning as well, but the open tunings lend themselves to giving you access to those harmonics in a way that sounds really good and fits in with your chord progressions. So let me show you a few things. Let's make sure that you actually know what the harmonics are quickly and where to get them, and that you can get a good sound. So 12th fret, just make sure you're getting a really nice sound. 7th fret, 5th fret. Remember, for harmonics, we're placing our finger right on top of the fret, not in between frets when we normally fret a note. So right on the fret. Now, for the sake of how we're going to use harmonics in this chord progression, let's try playing those harmonics and focusing on the top 4 strings, the highest 4 strings, and let's try using different fingers. On the 12th fret, I want you to use your pinky. So just see if you can get a nice, clear sound. Great. And in the 7th fret, I want you to use your first finger, and then middle finger, and now your ring finger. And notice my fingers are staying straight in order to do this. And this will be important in just a moment. Good. So make sure before you move forward, that you can get those really beautiful harmonic sounds with any of your fingers. Let's try that in the 5th fret. First finger, 2nd finger, 3rd finger, and pinky. Great. So we are in an open tuning that we haven't quite looked at yet, but it's a D. It's actually a D chord. And let me review what those notes are. We've got a low D, 6th string. Got an A, on the 5th string. D on our 4th string. F sharp, so we've taken our G string, come down a half step, F sharp on the 3rd string, A on the 2nd string, and D on the 1st string. So, I'm going to show you our chord progression. We're now in the key of D rather than the key of G. We're going to look at our 1, 5, 6 minor chord progression. 1 chord is open. 5 chord is going to be in our 7th fret. It's going to be an A chord, A7. So 6th string, 5th string, 4th string is open, 3rd string, all in the 7th fret. I'm going to show you, just as we did in the G tuning, G open tuning, if we slide down, I'm going to go out of sequence here. If we slide to the 5th fret with the same chord form, we're going to have our 4 chord, which is a G. So here's our 5 chord, here's our 4 chord, 1 chord. All right, 1, 5. Our 6th chord is going to be in the 8th and 9th frets again. So we've got 8th fret, I'm fingering down the 3rd string, and then the 9th fret, I'm fingering the 6th and 5th strings. Everything else is open. So what you might notice is that these chord forms are exactly the same as in the G tuning, except down 1 string, lower 1 string. Okay, so let's make sure you have that progression before we move into the harmonics. 1 chord, 5 chord, 6 chord, 4 chord. Let's do that a few more times. Chord, 6 chord, 1. Good. One more time. There's my first harmonic. 1, 2. So that might take just a little bit of coordination. I'm using my pinky, keeping my 6th and 5th strings down, all right, but I'm letting my pinky up, and so you might just have to practice that a little bit. Back to the 1 chord again, starting. We've got 1 harmonic, 5 chord, harmonic, moving up to the 6th chord. First finger comes off. Same harmonic we just hit. It's the 7th fret harmonic. So here's the chord. I take my first finger off, place it over the 7th fret. 5th fret, here's our 4 chord. Let's try that same kind of harmonic as we did on the 5 chord. So now I'm in the 5th fret. Take my pinky off. The trick is getting the pinky from a bending position to straight. It's a little challenging at first, but you'll get it. So I'm going to go through the progression nice and slow. 2, 3, 4. Now I'm going to play a little bit faster and show you how this might translate once you have a little more versatility. So that's one idea, way you could use harmonics. And throughout the rest of the course, we're going to be looking at a number of different ways that we can add these into our playing. So work with those and see how it goes, see how it sounds, see how you like it. This is a technique that I've used for many years and developed actually into kind of my own sound, and I call it slap tap. Now it's a technique that works very well in open tunings, and doesn't mean you can't use it in standard tunings, but it's been used a lot these days in open tunings by artists like Annie McKee, Kaki King. A lot of us are using this technique or variations on it. It's a very contemporary sound. Basically, I'm going to show you two parts to it. I'm going to show you a thumb slap, which looks like this, sounds like this. We'll get to it in a second. I'm going to also show you harmonic tapping. So my version of tapping is actually tapping the harmonics to get the ringing sounds. So let's look at a thumb slap first, and it's basically working with your hand open like this, not closed but open, and it's a little bit like just making a handshake offer. So hand is out like this, and you can place it here. I like to place it right where the body and the neck meet. It's not an exact thing. You don't have to be exact with it. And you're going to pivot your whole forearm in this kind of a way where you're going to hit with the side of your thumb. And you're going to aim for the 6th string right now. So this is how it sounds and looks when I do it. You can move it around, get a slightly different sound. But it's a slap and a release. I'm not staying on the string. If I stay on the string, you won't get the sound. So kind of slap it and come right off of it quickly. Now, play around with it. See if you can actually target the 5th string instead of the 6th string. You're allowed to cheat a little bit on this if you want by just placing your left hand thumb gently here so you're muting that 6th string. And back to that 6th string. So that's the slap that we're going to be working with. You can practice that on your own. Really try to go for a funky sound, a real kind of snappy, funky sound. If you're totally unable to get that kind of a sound, you might just check the age of your guitar strings, because if you have super, super old or super dirty strings, you might not be getting that snappy kind of sound. So try it with a fresh set. Now we're going to look at the tapping part, and I'm going to show you what I call a group tap, and we're going to use 3 fingers. And we're basically going to aim for the high strings, maybe 1 through 4. This does not have to be exact, and it's a very quick, snappy kind of touch. I have nails, and so I don't bend my fingers and hit straight on with the tips of my fingers, although I used to before I had my nails longer. So if you've got nails, you're going to find that you don't want straight fingers, you don't want that, but you do want to bend them a little bit, not all the way. Obviously, it will hurt. So, and it's not exact. I'm aiming for the 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's try this on the 7th fret. A little bit harder on the 7th fret. Every guitar reacts a little bit differently with these harmonics. Let's try the 5th fret now. It's definitely hardest on the 5th fret. So that's something that may take you a little bit of practice to really get those, they're really like crispy, sparkly sounds, the harmonics. But I encourage you to spend a little time and patience with it because it's a very, very cool sound. So I'm going to show you a progression, our same progression, 1, 5, 6 minor, 4. We're going to do it in the key of C now. And remember, we've got an open tuning. So I'm going to show you some new chords, but same progression. And we'll practice slap tapping. So here's our 1 chord. It's going to be a C. And we're just playing in the 10th fret, and I'm fingering the 6th, 5th, and 4th strings. And the top 4 strings are open. Top 3 strings. I only have 6 strings on my guitar. And I'm going to go to our 5 chord, which is going to be in the 5th fret. Same exact fingering. We've got 6th string, 5th string, 4th string in the 5th fret. That's our 5 chord, our G chord. Our A minor chord, we'll slide up to the 7th fret, and I've got 2 fingers, 6th and 5th string. I'm actually barring them with my index finger here. And then I put my pinky here in the 9th fret. Really pretty chord. That's an A minor 9. If you can't bar that comfortably, you could do okay. And our 4 chord is back to the 1st chord shape in the 3rd fret. So just okay. Let's look at those chords again. We're starting in the 10th fret. Go down to the 5th fret. Our minor chord form, 7th fret, A minor, and our 4 chord, which is an F chord in this key. Okay, so again, let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3 again. 5 chord, 6 chord, 4 chord. So before you go further with me, make sure that you can make those changes in that tempo without too much confusion, because once we start slap tapping, you'll have enough confusing things to think about. So get that chord progression down under your fingers, and when you're ready, let's try this. Slap, slap, tap. Slap, slap, tap. Slap, slap. Slap, slap. Slap, slap. Okay? Now, just to show you as a preview of what you might end up doing, if I were to take that in a faster tempo and add a couple of little rhythmic, slappy, filly kind of things, you could get something like this. Pretty fun, huh? So that's part one. Now I want to show you one other technique that I kind of put into this body of work that I call 3D acoustic guitar. Remember to check that video out if you're interested. Is body percussion, and that means the body of the guitar. Your guitar, acoustic guitar anyway, has a lot of different sounds that it can make. It's wood, and I invite you to explore what they are. One of the special sounds I have is because I keep my ring on, and that's a choice you may not want to make, but I actually like that sound. And one of my other favorites is just hitting way down on the bottom of the guitar to get a kind of a bass drum sound. So I'm going to show you we'll take the progression we did, this slap, slap, tap, and we'll add a measure of percussion. Slap, tap, 1, 2. Slap, slap, tap. And on and on and on. I'll show you now a more advanced version, just a little bit of it to whet your appetite more so you can see where that kind of a thing can lead. So there's lots of fun things you can do in that world of slap, tap, body percussion. Have a good time with that. So we've been through 19 different techniques, all within the framework of that one chord progression. If you don't have it memorized by now, I'll give it to you one more time. 1, 5, 6 minor, 4. And you've done great work with that. That's a whole bunch of techniques, and what we're going to do is we're going to break out into some new chord progressions, thank goodness, and we've picked some really prime ones, some very common, some very successful chord progressions, things that have been used in all genres of music for the past 100 years. So you're going to get some new progressions, and you're going to get more advanced versions of these 19 techniques that we've already looked at. So turn the page and let's get going. The ascending bass line is a very, very common chord progression. You've heard it undoubtedly in hundreds and hundreds of songs. Let me explain a little bit about it to you. It's a very literal term, ascending bass line, meaning the bass line of a progression will go up or ascend in direction. Here's a great example on guitar. C chord to a D minor, to an E minor, to an F. I'll play that again for you. so you can and another great example on guitar is starting in G. We could have our G major to A minor, G over B to C. Again, that's G, A minor, B, which is not really a B chord, but it's a G over a B. Some songs that use the ascending bass line that you might recognize are Marvin Gaye's hit, Ain't Nothing But the Real Thing. Here's a little bit from the verse of that song in the key of G. I got your picture hanging on the wall, but it can't see you come to me when I call your name. Or how about this one from the Monkees, Daydream Believer? Oh, I could hide 'neath the wings of the bluebird as she sings. Or Blackbird. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Or another one by the Beatles, Here, There, and Everywhere, key of C. Here, making each day of the year, changing my life. Or Woman by John Lennon, Bad, Bad Leroy Brown by Jim Croce, Heart of the Matter by Don Henley, and hundreds more. That's just a few. So I'm going to show you a progression using the ascending bass line, and we're going to use a few of our techniques that we've gone over in the beginning of the course and put them inside of this progression and gradually build it up so it becomes something a little more special. Let me show you the progression, how we start it. It's going to be a D minor chord, go to an E minor chord, an F chord, G, and A minor. Let's do that again. D minor, E minor, F, G, A minor. Now we're going to add some color tones, which is one of our techniques. We're going to take that D minor and make it a D minor 7. Take that E minor and make that an E minor 7. We're going to take that F chord and give it 2 color tones. There we're going to give it a 9, and I'm going to take my first finger off the E string and we're going to give it a major 7. So it's a major 9. Really pretty chord. Keep the G chord the same and make our A minor an A minor 7. So let's go through those again. We've got a D minor 7 now, an E minor 7, an F major 9, a G, A minor 7. One more time. D minor 7, E minor 7, F major 9, G, A minor 7. So I'm going to play this in time for you with some plucking on my right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. E minor 7, F major 9, G, A minor 7, D minor 7, E minor 7, F major 9, G, A minor. One more time. 2, 3, 4. I lied. One more time. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add another technique that we worked with, and that's when we took part of a progression and we made a new section out of it. So making a new section. What we're going to do is we've got D minor, E, F, G, and A minor. And we're going to take the G to A minor G to A minor 7, and an F, which I'm going to play in this. This is how I grew up playing this F. You might, if you wanted to bar it, you could do it this way. I use my thumb, and I don't worry about the top E string. So we're going to take G to A minor and do that twice, and then we're going to take F to G, F to G. Okay, I'll play it in time in a minute. Just follow me here. G to A minor, G, A minor, F, G, F, G. And in time, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 1, 2, and 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 3, and 4, and 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, 2, 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 and 3, and 4, and 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 1, 2, 3. So that to me sounds a little bit more like a verse, and our progression that we started with could be potentially a chorus. I'm going to play it now in a time signature, a little bit faster than we started it, but I'm going to put these two sections together for you so you can hear them, one going into the next and then coming back, so you can get a sense of how this might work in a song. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's an example of our original ascending bass line progression, and then taking some of the chords out of that progression and rearranging them a little bit and making another section. Put those two sections together, and you may hear one more as a verse or one more sounding like a chorus or an intro. Let your ear be the final decision maker when you're working with your own music, but that's just an example of how you could work with ascending bass line. Now I want to add one more technique before we go to our next progression. I want to add one more technique that we've already looked a little bit at, and that is harmonic tapping. So we're going to insert a little bit of tapping at a point in the progression where there's some room to do that. Now tapping harmonics requires that we have open strings. And you might have seen the example earlier of harmonic tapping with an open tuning. Now we're in standard tuning, and we've got to make sure that we have some open strings that we can tap. So I'm going to put those taps in the new section that we added. I've got a G going to an A minor chord, so I have a little bit of space. And then we've got F to G, and I've got actually nice 3-hole strings there that I can tap. Okay, so here it is in time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. want to point out that the rhythm I'm playing is what we would say pretty syncopated. And I'm just going to count it for you once slowly, so in case you want to know. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1, 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2, 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So for those of you who wanted that, there it is. Now I'm going to play it attached to the rest of the song in time and put all the techniques into it. So here we go. One, I'm going to start with the ascending bass line section. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, there you have it, an ascending bass line progression that we added some color tones to. And then we went and took some chords out of that original progression and we created a new section and attached it on. And very last thing we did was we added the harmonic tapping to that. So that's a lot of stuff. And that's my idea. I want you to go and play around with your idea of an ascending bass line and see what you come up with. And see if you can add some of those techniques in there and make it all special and stuff. We're going to work with a progression right now that's based in a minor key. I'm going to show it to you in A minor. And there's two variations. Here's the first one. Our A chord, A minor chord, 1 chord. Go to a G chord, which is a flat 7, down to an F, which is a flat 6, to an E7, which is a 5-7. So let's do that a couple of times. A minor, 1 chord, G, flat 7, F, flat 6, 5-7. One more time, A minor, G, F, E7. Now the variation I'll show you is A minor, our 1 chord, G, flat 7, flat 6, the F chord, and then back to the flat 7 or the G chord. So let's try that a few times. A minor, G, F, G. And now I'm going to take the capo. I'm actually going to put the capo up on the 5th fret. One reason being it's a little easier to play that bar chord, that F chord there. And also, as you change keys, things sound different. And there's a brightness that I like working with this progression here. Now, we're actually going to be in the key of D minor, but we'll use our same chord forms. second variation, F, back to the G. This progression is commonly referred to as a flamenco progression because it's drawing from the chords used by flamenco players in Spain, in southern Spain actually, from the 14th century onward. It sounds a little bit like this in that context. And what happened in the 1960s was that a lot of artists decided to use that progression and put it into more of a pop, rock, blues context. And it was very refreshing as it's something different during that time. There's a lot of songs that are using that progression. I'd like to play you a few. I think you'll definitely recognize them. She would never say where she came from. Yesterday don't matter if it's gone. Rolling Stones, Ruby Tuesday. Or how about this one by Ray Charles? Same chords. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. Or Mamas and the Papas. All the leaves are brown. Same chords. And the sky is gray. I went for a walk on a winter's day. Or how about this Led Zeppelin classic, the outro to Stairway to Heaven? And as we wind on down the road, our shadows taller than our souls, there walks a lady we all know, who shines white light and wants to show. Same chords. So let's take this progression and see what kind of things we can do to spice it up. The first thing we're going to do is a basic Travis-style finger-picking pattern. And I'm going to play it for you a few times just in tempo. You can hear how it'll sound, and from there we'll break it down and do some real slow shots of it. So let's look at that finger-picking pattern really slowly. Remember, we have the same chords. We're going to take the variation with the 5-7 at the ending, which is what I just showed you. So the finger-picking pattern works around our thumb alternating bass notes. And on our very first chord, the A minor, we're using the 5th string and the 4th string. So watch how that thumb works when I do the pattern really slowly. Two, notice that I'm starting the progression with my thumb and my ring finger. My ring finger is on the first string. So try it again, just a couple more times. 1, 2, 3, E and 1, 2 and 3. Now we're going to start with the G chord. And let's look at where our alternating bass notes are going to happen. Going to happen on the low 6th string and the 4th string. So we're going to go back and forth. So here we go. Everything else is the same. 1, 2, and 3, and 4. 1, 2, and 3, and 4. 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Good. Same thing's going to happen for the F chord. We're going to go to the F chord, and we're going to have that same. We're going to have the 6th string and the 4th string as our bass notes. Same pattern. 1, 2, and 3, and 4. 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 And the last chord will be our E7. For this one, let's use, we have some choices here, and you can hear the difference and make some decisions about this alternating bass line or alternating thumb. We could do what we were doing, which is the 6th string and the 4th string. This 4th string happens to give us the note in the chord that is the 7th, the flatted 7th. And it has an interesting sound. I'm not sure I would always choose to use it. Let's hear it first. Same pattern. 1, 2, and 3. 1. Actually, I like it. 1, 2, and 3, and 4. 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Let's hear the difference if we alternate between the 6th and the 5th string. Everything's staying the same with our left hand. And we're just going to do 1, let me see, 1. I can't even play it that way. 1, 2, and 2, and 3, and 4. 1, 2, and 3, and 4. So what happens is you don't hear the 7 in that chord. So I'm going to say it's your ear gets to tell you what you want to do. But the idea is to alternate that bass note with the thumb, and everything else on the top stays the same for this picking pattern. So let's try it together at a slow tempo, and what we'll do is we'll take 2 measures for each chord. It'll be like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Great. Now we're going to add color tones. So we're going to keep the progression. We're going to keep the Travis picking, finger picking style for the moment. And we're going to add a little bit of color to each of the chords and just see how that adds something different, kind of adds a new dimension to this progression. Let's look at our A minor chord first. By lifting the finger off of the third string, what we do is make that an A minor 7 instead of an A minor. So very simple change, A minor to A minor 7. When we finger pick that, it sounds like this. 2, 3, 4. Now let's look at what we can do to add a little bit of color to our G chord. Now what I'm going to do for this is change my fingering. I've been fingering this G chord this way up until now, and what I'd like to do is switch things around. So I've got third finger, third fret, second finger, second fret, fifth string, and my pinky is down here on the third fret on the first string. And what that does is it leaves my finger open here, my first finger, to add a suspended fourth on that first fret, second string. So what we could do is, same fingering pattern, just hold that down. Nice to put that suspension in and then resolve it, take it out. So suspended. Same finger picking pattern. Now for those of you for whom this is pretty easy, let me show you one more variation on this suspended color tone. If you add this second finger on the fourth string, the second fret, so we've got our regular G and our G with a suspended fourth. So that would look like to regular G. Here we go, suspended. Regular G. One more time, let's do that together. And if you can't do this version, just go back to the single suspended note. Great. Now I'm going to show you one of my old standby versions of how to play an F chord. I'm going to use my thumb, and you're welcome to try it. And if it doesn't work for you, I don't know what to tell you, because it's such a cool way to play an F chord. Try it and see if you can get it to work. It's really nice. So what I do is I put my thumb here on the first fret to give me my F, and I've got everything else laid out minus my first string. I'm not playing my first string at the moment. I'm just kind of resting this first finger there so it... Actually, what's making that muted sound is this part of my finger. So I'm not going to pluck it. I'm not going to play it. So what's happening is I have this, and from here I'm lifting my second finger off of the third string, and that gives me a nice 9 9 color tone in there. There's regular F, and there's my 9. Let's see how this sounds with our finger picking pattern. Now, one other thing's going to happen. When we bring in the finger picking pattern, we are using our high E string. Remember, it's our very first note is our thumb and our first string. So let's see if we can get that high E string to play now that I told you not to play it. For this finger picking pattern, it's actually lovely. It's a major 7. So we have a major 7 and a major 9. We could even, not to confuse you, but we could even put our second finger back, cover that 9 back up, and just have a major 7. So there's a couple of options. There's just the major 7, and then there's the major 7 and the 9. Great. Now let's look at our last chord in the progression, which is going to be an E7. And we have our basic E7 here, and I'm going to ask you to add another suspended. This becomes a suspended chord. Here's our third, and we're suspending it to the fourth. So first finger was on the first fret, and I'm just adding my third finger here to the second fret. And again, let's start with the suspension when we do our finger picking pattern, and then go back to the regular chord. Same picking pattern. Okay, let's try this thing all together. We're going to do each chord for 2 measures, and we're going to take it slow. And just jump in when you can, okay? So just a quick review of that, how we changed each chord to add some color tones. Let me show you. We've got our A minor to start with. We opened that up, took our third finger off the third string, and made that an A minor 7, not just an A minor 7. We took our G chord, played it differently, different fingering. We started with this fingering, changed our fingering around, and added a suspended fourth that we took off. And if we were feeling more adventurous, we brought in 2 fingers. Then we went to our F and added the thumb version, and there were 2 possibilities there. We could just open up that E string, the high E, the first string, and give ourselves a major 7, or we could open up the third string as well and give ourselves a 9 and a 7. And finally, we got to our 5-7 chord, our E7 chord, and there's our original E7. We added a suspended fourth. Now let's see what the heck this sounds like played all together. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to even slow that down a little more. We'll try it a few times. 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and... One more time. That was really pretty at that tempo. Let's listen to it at a much faster tempo so you can just hear that. Here we go. Now, for those of you who may not be into finger picking that much, let me show you some strumming possibilities for this. Now, strumming is an endless world in and of its own. I tend to use thinner picks. I've got the Dunlap 60, and I like it because part of what it gives me is a real percussive sound. It's kind of, I don't know, I like the actual sound of this pick. You may have your own pick choices, or it's kind of a personal thing. But I want to show you something that, rather than one specific strumming pattern, I want to show you something to play around with. We can play around with it together, and then you can play with it on your own. And just kind of use it as a starting point to get different rhythm patterns. A lot of times I know I get stuck in a particular strumming pattern. I can't seem to break out of it. Everything ends up in that strumming pattern. I want to just get us used to just this kind of a motion. And I'm actually muting with my left hand. I'm holding my left hand over the strings lightly and accenting here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Just do this along with me until you really can get a nice accented 3. And notice I'm doing down, up, down, up. Everything is down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. Okay. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just accent the 1. 1. Just listen along. We're just doing accents now. And I'm accenting my upbeat here. Slow it down a little bit. I want to make sure that you're keeping your down ups in the right place. Yeah. I never stop down upping. I know that's not a word, but right? back to this kind of an accent, all downbeats. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Let's bring some of this into the actual chord progression. We'll take our color tone A minor 7. And one of the things that makes a strumming pattern extra rhythmic is not only good rhythm, but also kind of muting with the left hand. And I like to basically describe it as you're playing your notes and then you're just loosening the pressure. So there's my chord, and there's me just loosening my fingers. I don't take them away. I don't change them up. I just simply relax them. Okay, so what I'm doing with my right hand is 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. And I'm going to add a little rhythmic touch here. So two things are happening. I'm always down up. I loosen the left hand, 1 and 2, and I simultaneously come down, and with my right hand, I'm basically using the guitar at that point as a little bit of a rhythm instrument, as my drum. I want to show you one other thing I'm doing here to avoid my low E string, which I'm not really wanting to hear because I've got my root in the 5th string. My thumb on my left hand here is just resting. It's just resting really lightly. So when I strum down, that pick normally kind of strikes the 6th string. It doesn't really hear the note. Okay, so that's another added little 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's try moving this to a G chord. Here we go, our sus4. Now we've got a lot of fingers that we can loosen and relax on this one. There's me playing the chord, and there's me loosening, playing and loosening. It's very subtle, but when I strum, let's try back and forth. Now remember, our right hand is playing the drum. Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, Now, let's look at that on our F chord. Now, the strum that comes after my drum beat on the guitar is an upstroke. You may notice that it sounds alternately a little messy. It's the least important beat of all the beats in this strumming pattern. When I show it to you a little bit faster, you'll see that it doesn't really get heard that much. So 1 and 1, 2 and 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay? If I bring my, I wasn't really strumming my high E string. Now we get that nice 7. Now let's take it to our last chord in the progression, which is our E7. So remember, we've got our color tone here. We've got our sus4 going to the regular E7. So I'm going to play it all together. I'll play it at a slow tempo at first, and then I'll speed it up for you. So. Faster. Have fun with that. There's a progression that's referred to as the basic chord progression because it uses 3 of the most commonly used chords that we're working with in pop music and rock music, in fact, all of our music: the 1, the 4, and the 5. Now, there are thousands and thousands of songs utilizing those 3 chords and combinations of them. And right now, we're going to work with the 1 and 4. I'm going to use the G chord as my 1 chord and the C chord as my 4 chord. So again, the G, the C, G, and C. Now, just those 2 chords, you're going to be amazed at how much music comes out of those. For my song examples, I'm going to put the capo on the 2nd fret. Here's one from the Lovin' Spoonful. Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart?
Yeah, the music can free her whenever it starts. It's magic. The music's groovy and makes you feel happy like an old-time movie. Just 1 and 4 there. Or how about this one by the Stones? I saw her today at the reception. A glass of wine in her hands, G and C. I knew she was gonna meet her connection. At her feet was a footloose man. 1 and 4 can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. 1 and 4. Or this classic by John Lennon. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. So all of those, just a 1 chord and a 4 chord. Those are some classic hit songs. And there's trillions more. So much stuff that we can do with just the 1 and the 4 chord. In this case, we were playing the G chord and the C. So let's see what else we can do. First thing I'm going to show you is just simply using power chords. Now, for those of you that don't know, power chords are basically using the root, fifth, and octave in a chord and just isolating those notes alone. So we'd have for our G chord, we'd have, there's a root in the 3rd fret, there's a fifth in the 5th fret, and an octave in the 5th fret. So I'm using the 6th string, 5th string, 4th string. And I'm letting my index finger rest on the rest of the strings, so they don't really ring when I pick them. Kind of muted. When I'm strumming this, I'm pretty much aiming for those lowest 3 strings. My strum isn't really a full strum, so I'm just... Now you can play this rhythm just 8th notes like that if you want, or you can accent them. So there's our G chord. Let's find our C chord. Our C power chord be right here. We're going to use now the 5th string, 4th string, and 3rd string, the same configuration. There's our root in the 3rd fret, there's our 5th in the 5th fret, and our octave in the 5th fret. Here's a little trick. I'm using my middle finger here to mute that 6th string, okay? Or let's just try solid 8th notes. So let's try G, our 1 chord, C, our 4 chord. Certainly can change the rhythm up however you like.
Now, not moving too far away from that concept, let's look at more of a boogie-woogie strumming pattern, which just focus for now on our G chord, or one chord. I'm just going to get that root and the fifth with the first finger and the second finger, leaving the pinky free. So we've got root in the third fret, fifth in the fifth fret, and we're gonna stretch all the way to the seventh fret to get our our boogie woogie note. Here we go. Again, I'm just focusing in my strumming on those lowest notes. Now we go to our 4 chord, which is the C. There we go, same configuration. We're just dealing with the 5th string, 3rd fret, and the 4th string in the 5th fret. We're going to stretch over to the 7th fret on that 4th string. So now that's a little bit tiring, so I would like to stretch for a moment here. Invite you to do the same. And let's see if we can go between the 1 chord, our G, and the 4 chord, or C, with our boogie woogie strumming pattern. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 measures each. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Back to the 1 chord. 4 chord. I don't know about you, but I can hear about 1 million already written songs and another 1 million of my own that I'm writing, just playing these 2 chords, the 1 chord and the 4 chord. Okay. Now, let's do a couple of things. Let's change to bar chords. So we've had our first position G chord and C chord. Now let's do this bar chord, this version, 3rd fret. That's going to be our G chord, and our C chord is going to be there. Now, some of you may be able to play that way. Okay, so again, G chord, bar chord, and C chord. And I'm going to show you just a real simple reggae-ish kind of strumming pattern on this. Listen to it a couple times and then I'll break it down more slowly for you. 1, 2, 3, 4. One chord. 4 chord. So what we're doing on that is, there's a few things going on there to take note of. Just striking my very first note in this is just my root of the chord. So for the G chord, it's the 6th string. And I'm doing a downstroke where I'm letting myself brush the strings a little slower than I might normally. So it's not just a quick downstroke, it's so it's 1, down, up. And you'll notice that I'm using the side of my hand here to make a rhythmic stop. 1, down, 1, down, up, down, 1, down, up, down, 1. Now let's try this with the C chord. So the only difference is that my root is on the 5th string. okay, for my C. Here we go. Let's try putting the two chords together. Our one chord twice, and our four chord C. Back to the one chord G. I want to take a moment and explain to you why I have the capo here. I've got the capo in the second fret. And part of the reason for that is that it gives us a little bit more of the guitar that's higher up. And as the guitar neck gets higher up, the frets get closer to one another, which makes fingering some of these chords easier. Secondly, it brings the guitar into a key center that's a little closer to my vocal range. So as I'm singing you some of these examples and things, it's just easier for my vocal. So in fact, when I'm saying a G chord, in reality I'm playing an A. This is an A on the guitar in the music world, not a G. And when I say C chord in these examples, I'm actually playing a D chord. And thanks to Phil, who's sitting there watching us do this, who actually has perfect pitch, and he's listening to me say, here's your G chord. Well, all along it's really an A chord, and he was just in there squirming. And so thanks for bringing that to my attention. The other thing is that he's got this incredible talent that he can actually see colors as representing different key centers. And if any of you also share this wonderful talent called synesthesia, I think, you should let us know, because it's an amazing thing. So when the key of G, for instance, is a certain color in Phil's mind, and key of A is a different color. So we really putting him through a lot of stuff. So here we go. I'm going to refer from here on, just as I have been, to this as a G chord and this as a C chord, because we're looking at shapes. And now I've made my disclaimer about keys. Okay? Okay. So what we're going to do now is look at a couple more tools that we can use to have fun with 1 and 4. And this one's going to be just looking at some voicings that bring us up higher on the some of the higher notes of the guitar, where we're not worrying about our bass notes. A lot of times you'll be playing with a bass player. Or if you're a soloist, you actually might just, for the change of sound and color and tone, you might just want to focus on those high strings. So here's a couple of voicings that focus on 1, 2, and 3, 4, those first 4 strings. Back to our 1 chord, G. It's a pretty simple chord form. I'm barring the 1st and 2nd strings here in the 3rd fret, bringing my 2nd finger onto the 3rd string in the 4th fret, and my 3rd finger onto the 4th string in the 5th fret. So there's my G chord, and my C chord, or 4 chord, is going to also start there, and I'm going to, that's 3rd fret, and then the rest of my strings, 2, 3, and 4, are going to be in the 5th fret. Okay, so let's see if we can change back and forth a little bit. Here's the 1 chord, and our 4 chord. While you're practicing that, I just want to also remind you, if you don't already know it, with a chord form that has no open strings, like these, there are no open strings that we're playing, they become movable. So we can move them anywhere on the guitar neck, and they'll still retain their same quality. Okay, so something we might do with this is just a simple strum. And I'm doing a lot. In order to get that rhythmic sound, I need to look at my left hand again and see that I'm actually taking my pressure off, as I showed you in an earlier example. Pressure off. Something we use a lot as rhythm players on guitar, to just get that nice rhythmic sound in there that isn't necessarily notes. Now let's add some color tones. You have choices. This happens to be my E string is a 1 or a root in this chord, and I can bring my pinky in there and add a 9. Or there's a 1, 3, 5. I can bring in a 6 if I add my pinky to the second string. Or I've got my 3rd right here on the 3rd string, and I can bring in a sus4. So there's a bunch of different color tones that I could play with. Okay, and that's my 1 chord, my 4 chord. What kind of color tones can we bring there? Well, I can bring a sus4 there, and I can, or so if I bring my suspended 4, let's do that a few times. So back to the 1 chord. There's my sus4, 4 chord, sus4, chord, so there's some ideas for changing voicings and adding some color tones. Another tool that'd be really fun with this progression is the substitution of the relative minor. So let's look at our first chord, our 1 chord being a G chord. The relative minor, if you remember, is actually 6 notes above our original chord. So G, G, A, B, C, D, E. 6 notes away is E. So E minor is a chord that we can substitute for our G chord. So let's hear how that sounds. I'm going to play G to C. And I'm going to do it again. 1 chord to 4 chord. This time I'm going to substitute the E minor for the G. 4. Again with the relative minor, E minor to to the 4 chord, back to the 1 chord. So it can be a substitute, or you can actually use it like I did in this example. Watch. Start with the 1, go to the minor, then go to the 4 chord. So I'm using it in addition to my 1 chord. It becomes more like a passing chord at that point. And it gives it a little more movement. Remember, here's the original progression. Here's with the substitution minor added. Now let's look at a substitution that we can use for the 4 chord. Here's our C chord, and if we go up 6 notes, C, D, E, F, G, A, we get to an A minor. So let's just try G chord, 1 chord, to the substitute. One chord. Now let's try what we did before, using it as a passing chord. And finally, I'm going to actually use just our substitute chords, just our relative minor chords. So that would sound like this. Here's the E minor and the A minor. Again. Back to the original progression. And one last combination I want to show you is using all 4 of those chords. So here's my 1 chord, here's my relative minor, here's my relative minor for my 4 chord, and here's my 4 chord. Again. So 1 chord, relative minor, E minor, relative minor to 4 chord, A minor, and my 4 chord. Now the reason why a relative minor works as a substitution is that it's got pretty much the same notes as its major chord. And therefore, if you've got a melody that you're singing over on top of it, you're not going to have a problem in most cases with it working over either the major or that relative minor. Before I show you one last example with this, I want to give you another voicing for an E minor, or in this case, the relative minor to my 1 chord is my G, and this is up in the 7th fret, and it's taken from the A minor chord form, an A minor 7 chord form, and the 6th string is open, and you can use it as your root. Okay, and a really nice thing to do with this particular chord form is to go into the 11. So this is a E minor 7 and E11. So sometimes it's just a real nice embellishment. Okay, so you'll see me use that a little bit. I'm going to take a piece of the chorus from "You Can't Always Get What You Want" and just show you playing around with the relative minor as a substitution and as an addition to my 1 and 4 chords. So we have our initial progression. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. Here comes some relative minors. You can't always get what you want. 4 chord. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. There's the substitution for the 4. You can't always get what you want. Now I'm going to use them all. You can't always get what you want. No, you can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. No, 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 you can't always get it, no. Back to the original. You can't always get what you want. So you can see how these kind of substitutions can just bring a new sense of movement to a progression that was very simple or very static in a way. And it's just a matter of taste. You know, doing these kinds of things, you're going to like some of these tools and techniques, and others maybe you won't care for. So play around and notice what you like, and always be looking for something that is a little bit unique. As I was doing the preparation for this particular sequence on the 1 and the 4 chord, I decided to use an example from John Lennon's song Imagine. And I've actually recorded this song on my CD entitled Uncovered. And I recorded it in a very, very open tuning, one of the stranger ones that I've worked with, and pretty much changed the song. I didn't change the essence of the song, but I took a lot of liberties with substitutions of chords and things like that. And it's a kind of out there arrangement. And here I was playing it with very simple chords in standard tuning, just my 1 and 4 chords. And suddenly all kinds of new ideas and embellishments were coming to me as I was working with some of the tools and techniques that we've been looking at. And I came up with this just really lovely, taking from John Lennon's original version, taking some of the notes and the colors that stood out to me as I'm hearing it in my head. It's of course played on piano and it's very different, but I started working with this line going down like a descending line, and I kept following it. There's my 1 chord with this little descending line, and then I followed it to my 4 chord and took the line down. So I kept descending. And of course, this is another one of our progression ideas, is the idea of descending. And I thought it could be a lovely a way to take that song out. And I thought, God, it's so pretty. I have to record the song again in standard tuning with a completely different arrangement. Imagine there's no heaven. It's not so hard to do. No hell below us.
imagine all the people living as one. All the people live in peace, living as one. Imagine all the people, yeah. Can you imagine this? Now we're going to look at the blues in the context of a 1-4-5 progression. And the blues is something that, well, God knows there's enough of it all over the world. Every country I go to, there's just more and more blues players there playing blues. So it's pretty worldwide as one of the most common forms of music or genres of music. And I want to give us a brief overview of the blues and some common forms. And then I'm going to take us a little out and give you some really different twists on how you might approach playing the blues in completely different ways than you've ever probably thought of. So let's just understand that there's a 12-bar blues form that's really common. And that operates, again, all of this is going to be working with the 1, 4, and 5 chords. And we're going to be working with for the most part, dominant 7 versions of these chords. The 12-bar blues is traditionally starting out with 4 bars of a 1 chord, then going to 2 bars of a 4 chord, back to 1 chord for 2 bars, and then ending with 5 chord for 1 bar, 4 chord for 1 bar, and 2 more bars of 1, in which there's normally any one of 5 billion turnarounds. So we're not going to learn those 5 billion turnarounds, but let me show you the standard 12 bars. Here we go. I'm in the key of E. This is starting out with an E7. Going to the 4 chord, which is A7. Back to the 1 chord, E7. 5 chord, B7, 4 chord, A7, back to our 1. Here's a song you might know. Well, if you ever plan to motor west, take my way, it's a highway, that's the best. Get your kicks on Route 66. So lots of other blues songs fit into that format. I want to show you a quick change version of the 12-bar blues, which it just puts us going to the 4 chord earlier. So let me play it through on 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 chord, 4 chord, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 chord, 1 chord, 5, 4, 1. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. I wanna love you so bad till I don't know what to do. Little Muddy Waters there for you. Now the blues form, that 12-bar form, has been used not only in blues music, but in rock music, in pop music, and all kinds of music. Let me give you a little example of a Beatles tune
that sticks right true to that form, and it's a little bit of more of a rock song. And I'm just using this power chord here, this E chord. And the other chords you'll see will be the same chords I was using before. So, why don't we do it in the road? Why don't we do it in the road? Why don't we do it in the road? Yeah. Why don't we do it in the road? Yeah. No one will be watching us. Why don't we do it in the road? So there's just an example of it, more in a rock form. And then there is the world of the minor blues. And again, that's extensive in terms of different kinds of songs you'll hear by different artists throughout time. Really, there's so many. But I'd like to play you just a little piece of one of my favorites from Bill Withers. It strays from the typical 12-bar, so it's a little bit of an exception to the rules, but it's nonetheless a blues, and you'll hear it. And what it's doing is it's got its minor 1 chord. We're going to be in the key of A minor, starting with an A minor 7 chord there. So that's our 1 chord, and it stays on there for the 4 bars, and then it goes right into the 5 chord, E minor 7, 4 chord, D minor 7, and back to the 1 chord. So here we go. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. It's not warm when she's away. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and she's always gone too long. Anytime she goes away. So there's just a few examples of how you might hear the blues form in a couple of different genres and a couple of different styles. And what I'd like to do with you next is take you out. I've got some really fun ways that I mess around with the blues, and they're not really traditional, so I'd just like to share some of those with you. So let's start with something you might already be a little familiar with. Let's look at a blues in G, and let's look at it in just a first position. There's a G chord. We can make it a dominant 7 chord there, and we just have our go into our 4 chord again. Back to our 1 chord. 5 chord, dominant 7, D. C chord, our 4 chord. So let's try that now with another standard tuning set of chords. Here's a G7, and we'll use that as our dominant 7 for the C chord and for the D chord. Okay, so same thing. So there's a couple of things you might already be doing, or you might want to learn those. But what can you do that's going to take it to a real different place and just give you some new options and just bring kind of I like to say, another dimension to this progression, this really, really basic and common progression. And what I'm going to show you now is I'm going to tune us. We're going to tune down into an open G tuning. So along with me, I'm going to start with the low E string. I'm going to take it down a whole step to D. Use your tuners. I've got mine on here too. And we're going to take our A string, take that down a whole step to a G. Everything else stays the same except our high E string, and that's going to come down a whole step to D. Get it right here so we can all be in tune together. So take your time, make sure you're in tune. Because although the blues is about the blues, you don't need to be singing about how out of tune your guitar is. There we go. So we have our one chord right here. It's an open G chord, and if you want to find your dominant 7, there it is on the 4th string in the 3rd fret. Okay, so there's a regular G. And bar chord, let's bar the 5th fret. There's a 4 chord. Again, if we want to find our dominant, back to the 1 chord. And our 5 chord is going to be the 7th fret, just barring it. There's our dominant. 4 chord. Right? It's pretty simple. So one very simple way you can play in this tuning. Here's another one. So you've got open, so this is like an A minor 7 in standard tuning. Right, I've got 2nd finger on the 4th string in the 2nd fret, 1st finger on the 2nd string in the 1st fret, everything else is open. Now if we took that same pattern to our bar chords, it would look like this. Here's our 4 chord, a little bit of a stretch, back to the 1 chord. Now to our 5 chord. 4 chord. there's another variation. And I want to show you one more before I go really crazy on you. So, just this. Here we go to the 4 chord. It's a little easier. Here's our 5, 4, now from that point, I bet that just by playing around in that, you're going to come up with a whole bunch of little embellishments, little stuff to add in between, little bass note lines that may lead you to chords. I'm just showing you the real basic outline of, typical 1-4-5 blues progression in an open G tuning. Now, what I tend to like to do is add in some body percussion on the guitar, and I do a lot of playing and tapping on the harmonics. I want to play you basically what I just played you, the last example, but kind of Vicky style. Be adding that kind of stuff. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chord. Back to the 1. 5, 4. One more time. Here's our 1 chord. To the 4 chord. Five, 4, 1. Now I'd like to look at a minor blues, and let's work with the key of C. We're in standard tuning, and let's look at this form. This is basically a bar chord based on an A minor chord form, and if you want, you can make it a minor 7. So we've got our 1 chord, and our 4 chord is going to be F minor. There we are in the 8th fret, F minor, back to our 1 chord, C minor, F minor, 4 chord, 1 chord, 5 chord, G minor, 10th fret, F minor, 4 chord, 1 chord. So now I'd like to look at that progression in one of my all-time favorite tunings. This is going to be a C minor 9, suspended 4th. But you don't need to know that. Let's just tune up and you'll hear how it sounds, and this is going to be really fun. So we're going to put our strings through a little bit of a experience right now, and they may move around a little bit, so you may have to come back and tune as you're doing the exercise. Don't worry about that. That's normal. We're going to take the low E string and we're going to bring it down 2 whole steps to a C. We're going to take the 5th string, the A string, bring that down 1 whole step to a G. we're going to take our D string, fourth string, and bring it up 1/2 step to a D sharp. I always go back and check my low ones because they move around a little bit. Okay, the G string, third string, is going to come down to an F. That B string, ooh, sounds horrible right now. It's going to come down to a B flat or A sharp. It may say A sharp on your tuner. And the E string, the high E string, is going to come down a whole step to a D. So go back and really check out each string because they're going to take a little bit of time to settle. A lot of times when you tune them lower, they creep back up. They just kind of want to go back to where they were. So there's our beautiful one chord. And with a really simple little chord that we can add, that's got a lot of colors to it. It's got a minor 9, it's got a suspended 4th. And if we just do this chord, well, I've got first finger, first string, first fret. And then I've got second finger, third string, second fret. That gives us a little more of a straight, not so colorful minor chord. And then it's really nice if we go back and forth between the two. So that's our one chord. And our 4 chord is going to be a complete bar in the 5th fret. Okay, so that's our F minor. And if we can play that same chord, back to our one chord, and then our 5 chord, G minor, 7th fret, right? Same thing. Let's take that down to the F minor. And back to our one chord. So let's try this in the blues progression, in the 12-bar progression. We'll do a quick change. So we'll go to that 4 chord in the 2nd bar. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 chord. 1. 4 chord. 1 chord. 5 chord, G minor, F minor. Now, I'm just going to add this little bass movement. See if you can follow along with me. Just on the 1 chord. So let's do the progression with this. Now if we take that to our 4 chord, try it with me here. It's a little bit of a stretch for the pinky. It's actually a good exercise. Back to that one chord. Let's try our 5 chord, 4 chord. So let's try that whole progression with our little bass line movement. Here we go. 1 chord. Quick change to the 4. Back to the 1. 4 chord. 1 chord. 5 chord. Nice. We're going to work with the 1-5 progression right now. Now the 1-5 is taken from the slightly larger progression 1-4-5, which is referred to as our basic progression. And remember that the 1 chord, the 4 chord, and the 5 chord are really the pillars for all your progressions. Those are kind of the primary colors, if you want to put it that way, for music. So the 1-5 is perhaps one of the most common progressions, maybe in all of music. And you can find that progression as part of almost every single song probably ever written. And you can also find that progression standing alone. It really has so much weight to it. The 5 wanting to go back to the 1. It's just a kind of sound that our ear wants to hear. So 1-5, 5-1, those are really powerful chords. And we're going to look at some really fun ways that we can make them sound more interesting. And first of all, I'm going to show you a few examples of songs you probably know using the 1-5 progression. We're going to do this in the key of G. Here's our 1 chord. And our 5 chord is going to be D. I'm going to show you also a variation of the D chord, which is a D7 with a suspended 4. So I'll use G and that version of the 5 chord, or just plain old D. Okay, here's one Rolling Stones song you'll probably know. Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday. Who could hang a name on you when you change with every new day? So that's the rest of it. But we got the basic 1-5. How about this by Hootie and the Blowfish? You and me, we come from different worlds. You like to laugh at me when I look at other girls. Sometimes you're crazy, then you wonder why I'm such a baby, 'cause the dolphin made me cry. Well, there's nothing I can do, on and on. Or this classic by Plastic Ono Band. All we are saying is give peace a chance. All we are saying is give peace a chance. Or we all live in a yellow submarine, a yellow submarine, yellow submarine. We all live in a yellow submarine, yellow submarine, yellow submarine by the Beatles. Those are just a few, again, of the millions of songs using the 1-5 progression. You find a lot of children's songs use 1-5. Skip to My Lou, London Bridges, Here Comes the Bride. Tons. So let's see what fun things we can do. Let's see how we can take it to some new places, this 1-5 progression. I'm going to show you something that's called hammer-ons and pull-offs. And they're really beautiful ways to embellish any chord progression, particularly when you have something where you've got a lot of room in between your chord changes. These are just great ways to bring new spice into the mix. So let's look at the same progression we were working with. G chord. Now notice I'm playing the G now with my third finger, second finger, and pinky, so that I have this finger free to do some hammer-ons and pull-offs. And the way that I like to talk about hammer-ons and pull-offs is basically to tell you to explore whenever you're looking for something to use as an embellishment. Explore this within the chords that you're using, because there's endless possibilities, and each chord that you play will lend itself to giving you different opportunities to hammer on, which is just striking an open string and pressing the fingerboard. So here I am hammering on to the second string in the first fret. So if I just, and then I can pull off that way. So I hammer on. Let's look at a different string. We can play with our G string or the third string. Okay, and then we can even do, so we've got our fourth string that we can hammer on. So let's try this. We're pulling off. We could even do that if my fingers worked better. But that's hard for me, so I won't do that one. But just to understand that there's lots you can find maybe I'll just settle on that one if I, as opposed to just holding the chord. Now I've got some movement in there. And I can do the same thing with hammering on. So those are some ways you can embellish your G chord. And let's look at the D chord now. It's easiest to sometimes start with just what can you take off. So pulling off that. So just try. Just playing around with those. And then what can you hammer on? It's probably one of the most common versions of a hammer-on in the D chord. I think James Taylor probably uses that more than any other guitar player I've heard. So you can do more than one. And there is no right way to do this. This is just about you exploring and seeing what you like. So you may just say that you like this particular pattern. You're going to find your own, but the idea is just more an experimental, exploring thing. You can do this one with me. So go ahead and explore those hammer-ons and pull-offs and see what you can find in this progression and also in all the other progressions you're playing with. I want to show you just an example of how you can change the feel of a chord progression simply by changing the duration of how long you play the chord. This might be something that applies a little bit more to the songwriter than the person doing a cover song, although I really encourage those of you playing cover tunes to explore ways that you can stretch those cover tunes, because there's a lot of artistic liberty you can take that you may not feel like you have license to do so with. But so let's just look at if I'm playing 1, 2, 3, my 1 chord, my 5 chord, and then all of a sudden I change it and twice as long. Back to that double, or twice as fast. Now let me double this. Double that again. And back to a much slower changing pace. Now, all kinds of melodies go on my brain when I do stuff like this, but just want you to hear how it really changes the feel. It changes what comes into your head, especially if you're writing something. Without having to look for new chords, you can just work with changing the tempo or the duration of each chord. So here's a progression, 1-5 progression. I'm going to switch over to the key of E. And I've got my E chord here, and my 5 chord is a B. And I'm just going to do a strumming pattern, simple strumming pattern. And I'm just feeling like that sounds too common. So here's one of the things we can use that's really fun. And again, explore as much as you want to with these things, because there are endless possibilities. You may not want to go into the world of open tunings. You may not want to do that while you're in a performance situation, or you just may not want to bother with it. And there's so many different partial capos out right now. This is the Kaiser. It's got the lever, and it's the blue one. That's how I know its name. And we're going to put it on. What this is going to do, if I put it onto the 2nd fret, it is going to cover my 5th, 4th, and 3rd strings. And it's going to give me the simulation of a dadgad tuning. So I've got my, except it's in the key of E. So it is simulation, but and here's my low note. My E is still available. This little lever lets me actually push it in if I wanted an F sharp, but I'm going to keep it open for now. And we're going to we almost have a nice 1 chord and 1 major chord. There's a bunch of really closely knit notes that make it sound a little bit dissonant. So with 1 finger, I'm going to give us a really beautiful 1 chord. Okay, so I'm playing the 4th string in the 4th fret away from the capo. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we've got a 5 chord, which again, here's E, so our 5 chord is going to be B. Pretty easy. My fifth string is my root for this, and I'm fingering down, 2nd fret, the 4th string. Okay, so we've got a 1 chord, and we've got a 5 chord. And for 1 finger chords, I have to admit, they sound pretty cool, don't you think? So that same strumming pattern. Now, because we've got so many open strings and we've got a lot of freedom, our fingers aren't tied up, this is kind of a perfect example of how we might bring in some of those hammer-ons and pull-offs that we were looking at to really embellish this even further. So the way that I do this is, again, it's very exploratory, and I just see what's around. I can just simply pull off from there. You know, just playing around and seeing what you like. Let's look at our 5 chord. One chord. Five chord. One chord. Five chord. One chord. Five chord. So I think that's really fun. Play around with some of these capos. There's instructional DVDs on them too if you feel like you need to. There's books. For me, I do a lot of this stuff just by ear, and I just play and I just explore. And I encourage you to do the same and to trust your ear and to just trust yourself, really spending time with that guitar and listening to what you love and what you like. That seems to lead me to some really neat places. So there's some ideas, and play around with that 1-5 progression and see how far you can take it. We're going to look at what's referred to as a classic rock progression. Now, during the 50s and 60s, most of our rock and roll progressions and blues progressions were working with a 1, 4, and 5 chords. At about 1967, bands like The Who and Led Zeppelin started working with this classic rock progressions where they would borrow chords from other keys. So we're going to look at a 1, flat 7, 4 progression in the key of A. Here's our 1 chord. Here's our flat 7, G, and our 4 chord, D. Again, we've got our 1 chord, A, our flat 7, G, and our 4, D. And last time, A is our 1 chord, G is our flat 7, D is our 4. Maybe you recognize this song by R.B. Graves. Take a letter, Maria, 1 chord. Address it to my wife, flat 7. Send a copy to my lawyer, 4 chord. Gotta start a new life. Or this incredibly known Beatles song, Hey Jude. The outro goes da, 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 flat 7, da, 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 4, Hey Jude. Or All Right Now by Free. All right now, baby, is it all right now? There's our one chord. All right now, flat 7, all 4, 1. Or Steve Miller's Rockin' Me Baby, oh, rockin' me baby, flat 7, rockin' me baby, 4 chord, rockin' me baby. So there's just 4 examples, but there are really, really tons more from that classic rock period. We're going to show you a few things now that kind of make this a different sounding classic rock progression. One of the tools we're going to start out with is actually using 2 different guitar parts. 2 is better than 1 in some cases. So this came kind of spontaneously to me when I was prepping for the course, and I just really want to share it with you. I'll show you the first guitar part, and it's going to be in standard tuning. The second guitar part is going to be in an open tuning, and we're going to have some color tones that we're going to work with, adding color tones, and then I'm going to do a little bit of slappy-tappy kind of stuff, a little body percussion, and finally we're going to bring in a completely different instrument to just change up the feel and the sound. So here we go. We're going to be in the key of C for this, and I'm going to use the bar chord that is, it's the E major 7 shape here in the 8th fret. So it's our C chord. That's our first chord. Second chord is going to be our flat 7 chord, which is a B flat. Same chord form in the 6th fret. And then our 4 chord, which is an F chord. And I'm using the A-shaped bar chord. You can play it this way too. So those are our 3 chords, and we're going to do a little bit of a reggae feel here. That's before we add anything. So what I'd like to do now is add some color tones to this progression. We'll keep our 1 chord the same. What I want to do for our flat 7 chord is make it into a really beautiful major 9 chord form. So we're here still got our root in the 6th fret. And what we have down up top here is, it's actually like a D chord. I'm just using my first finger to bar. And the 5th string and 4th string, I don't really want to hear them. And my second finger is actually muting them. So that's working out pretty well. So just practice that a little bit. Right, see if you can avoid those middle strings. And then our 4 chord, instead of a basic F chord, we're going to do a really pretty F major 9 chord. And it's okay if you hear the top string, if you hear that E string ring, because that's part of the major 7, F major 7 chord anyway. So we've got, okay. So let's look at those 3 chords slowly. Again, there's our 1 chord, there's our flat 7, there's our 4 chord. One of the cool things right off the bat that I like about how we're changing the color here is we're kind of taking it out of the range of, out of the realm of rock and roll, just by changing these color tones. Okay, so let's practice this. Let's actually we'll lay down our first track with these chords. 1, 2, 3, 4. So now we're going to set up the second part. And for this, we're going to go into an open tuning that's called C2. And let's do it together. We're going to take our E string. We're going to go down 2 whole steps to C. We're going to take our A string, go down 1 whole step to G. D string stays the same, G string stays the same. The B string, the second string, is going to go up a half step to C. And then our high string, the first string, E, is going to come down a whole step to D. And remember to check your tuning once you've gotten pretty close. Go back and check just to make some adjustments, because your strings have probably crept up a little higher. So we've got, again, our same progression, 1 chord, which is going to be C. We're going to play it like this. So I've got my second finger on the 4th string in the 2nd fret. Our 7, flat 7 chord, which is a B flat chord. So it's actually like an E chord shape, but up in the 2nd and 3rd frets. And I'm not playing the low 6th string. My root is 5th string. That's my B flat. And F chord is going to be here. It's a very open sounding chord. I'm barring with my first finger the 6th and 5th strings. And then I'm using my pinky. You could use your 3rd finger or your pinky in the 7th fret on the 4th string. A little out of tune. So let's look at those chords again. There's our C chord, our 1, our B flat chord, our 7, flat 7 chord, and our 4 chord. When I do this with the first guitar part, I'm going to be doing some hammer-ons, and I'll be doing hammering on there. Now, let's see what they sound like together. So this is a 6-string banjo, and it's basically a guitar with a banjo body. And as you will hear momentarily, it completely changes up the sound, the feel, the mood, the vibe of the very same progression that we were just working on. So when you're thinking about how can I change things up? How can I just give it a new twist? How can I give the same old thing something different? Try changing your instrument. So this is tuned just the same as my guitar is. I've got it in that low C tuning. And we're going to be using the very same chords. The 1 chord, our flat 7 chord, and our 4 chord. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hammer-ons. Harmonics. Crazy, huh? So we've only worked through a handful of chord progressions in the course, but I want you to know that I've made you a list of a bunch more. And I highly encourage you to take these techniques, the ones that you like and the ones that you found really useful for you, and use them in some of these other progressions too. And I have to tell you, if you're a songwriter like myself, I want you to email me and let me know how many new songs you've started writing just going through this course and these extra progressions, because it's been really cool for me. I've just been so encouraged and inspired by going through and playing these progressions and going, oh, that's what that is and that's what this is. So dig into those.